say so.
Can you check the apex level of the two cameras, please?
Which one are you not getting? Yeah, you should be getting them. There's effects on the small cameras. Can we check the podium while I'm still here? One, two, 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 one, two, two. Ladies, ladies. Happiness, nah? Sharp.
Can you check the two cameras in front, please?
Stars were shining bright and then he kissed me. Each time I saw him, I couldn't wait to see him again. I wanted to let him know that he was more than a friend. I didn't know just what to do, so I whispered, I love you. And he said that he loved me too, and then he kissed me. Yes! Sunday morning, up with a lark, I think I'll take a walk in the park. Hey, 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 it's a beautiful day. I've got someone waiting for me. When I see him, I know that he'll say, hey, 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 it's a beautiful day. Hi, 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 beautiful Sunday. This is my beautiful day. When you say that you love me. Oh, oh, my, it's a beautiful day. Now one for the rain. Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm, and I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day, and I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Thank you. Thank you. I see a lot of you know the songs. A lot of you know the songs.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. Who of you guys is watching Sevende Laan? You watch Sevende Laan? 6 years ago, we were on Sevende Laan.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, now, the last time I was on Generations.
Wonderful.
Yes, I was the big bodyguard there.
All right.
Yeah, you know.
I wish I could have heard everything he was saying, but I know that the music is good at the gym. It makes you lose some few kilos and become fit. I get it. And then I wish I could have had everything, but it made me remember a debate competition. You know what they said? Jag is een aanvaardbare methode voor die volhoudende economische benutting van die natuur. Ik heb een mooi Afrikaans gepraat, hè?
Baie mooi, baie
Dank
mooi.
je. Please give them a round of applause.
Shop, shop, dankie. Koster, we love you guys.
Ke a leboga. A re tabogile. Ko ntle ga go senyana a kae matsogo. Ke a leboga. A re tswakanye go se kae. Mo Africa Borwa, in this wonderful, beautiful country of ours, we have different cultures, we've got different people, different languages, different people from all walks of life. And today,
की दीवानगी मेरी ना मारेगी आवारगी मेरी ना मारेगी से ज्यादा मुझे मौत से नाराजगी तेरी क्यों इतना हुआ है तू खफा है जिद किस बात की मेरी ना मारेगी से ज्यादा मुझे मौत से नाराजगी तेरी जानिसार है जानिसार तेरे प्यार पे मेरे यार जानिसार है दुनिया ज़माने से रिश्ते मिटाए हैं तुझसे है यारी है मारी एक बार दुआ मैंने निभाया है करके दिखाए हैं ले तेरी बारी एक बार तू भी प्यार निभा तू भी प्यार निभाओ यारा तेरी बेरुखी सी है बड़ी उम्र इंतजार की मेरी के मारे के से ज्यादा मुझे मौत से नाराजगी तेरी क्यों इतना हुआ है तू खफा है जिद किस बात की तेरी के मारे किसे ज्यादा मुझे मौत से नाराजगी तेरी जानिसार है जानिसार तेरे प्यार पे मेरे यार जानिसार है जानिसार तेरे प्यार पे मेरे यार जानिसार है Thank you. I hope you like that.
This is wonderful because this is a beautiful country where you've got the last one. Is that in Tamil or Telugu?
It's in Hindi.
It's in Hindi.
Hindi, yeah.
Bagaetso le bone bana le dipuo tse di farologaneng ga o re se India hela o ka batla go itse gore at the moment he was singing in a language called Hindi language go na le engwe bidiwa Telugu go na le engwe e bidiwa Tamil le tse dingwe tse dintsintsi re ngate gape ntsalake. You can go again. One more time.
Let's go number 2. Are we ready?
Mo encourage ka matsogo, mo encourage. Encourage him, encourage him.
किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना खामोश क्यों हो जो भी कहना है कहो दिल चाहे जितना प्यार उतना मांग लो हो तुमको मिलेगा उतना प्यार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना कभी जो तुम सोचो कि तुम ये देखो अरे कितना मुझको तुमसे प्यार है तो चुप मत रहना ये मुझसे कहना अरे कोई ऐसा भी है यार है दिल ही नहीं दे जान भी दे जो तुम्हें दिल ही नहीं दे जान भी दे दो तुम्हें हो तो मैं कहूँगा सरकार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना खामोश क्यों हो जो भी कहना है कहो दिल चाहे जितना प्यार उतना मांग लो तुमको मिलेगा उतना प्यार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना तुम्हें कोई बात मुझसे कहो कोई पल हो दिन हो या हो रात मुझसे कहो कोई मुश्किल कोई परेशानी आए तुम्हें लगे कुछ ठीक नहीं हालात मुझसे कहो कोई हो तमन्ना या कोई आरज़ू कोई हो तमन्ना या कोई आरज़ू हो रहना कभी ना बेकरार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना खामोश क्यों हो जो भी कहना है कहो दिल चाहे जितना प्यार उतना मांग लो हो तुमको मिलेगा उतना प्यार में हूँ ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में हूँ ना देख लो इधर तो एक बार में हूँ ना Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful. You should have told me I would have brought my tableau. I would be beating a tableau for you. Please give him one more round of applause, please. Appreciation hands. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. Africa Borwa. Osh. Le ba amogela ka setua bana. on stage, DJ Dukes SA.
izingane zigcwele iskem sami siphelele cela ningithelele noma yisavana nyana izingane zigcwele iskem sami siphelele cela ningithelele noma yisavana nyana akasafuna ukumula akafuna ukulala awungephatha uzolala lana akafuna ukumula akafuna ukulala awungephatha uzolala lana ubedansa phezu kwetafula lapha Alexandra ayinambona lona ngizomashkarana ubedansa phezu kwetafula lapha Alexandra ayinambona lona ngizomashkarana uNkulunkulu asithethelele asiyeke sihlalele nababona labantwana benza mawala wala uNkulunkulu asithethelele asiyeke sihlalele niyababona labantwana benza mawala wala 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 wela diwele wala 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 wela diwele wala 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 wela diwele wala 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 wela diwele abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele pelele man sabati bulum pelele hinampu pelele nistegele man abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele man sabati bulum pelele hinampu pelele nistegele man abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele man sabati bulum pelele hinampu pelele nistegele man abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele man sabati bulum pelele hinampu pelele nistegele man la bañana abare tu la bañana abare tu la bañana abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele man sabati bulum pelele hinampu pelele nistegele man abati kingdom pelele skim sounds pelele
You did great. Koster. Everybody go! Chakubao! Chakubao! Thank you, K5. God bless you all.
Hallelujah. Ke a leboga. Ke tla mmitsa gape a kere. Response ya lona e ko tlase ga ke mmitse. Ke tla mmitsa gape a kere. Ke a leboga kwa ntle ga go senya nako. Ke kopa re bitse bana ba rona ba traditional dance ba gaetsho ke kopa a ba nkutla mme gona. Ke kopa re bitse bana ba rona ba setso ba mmino wa setso ba tle go kgadikanya ba tle go dira jalo ba re bontshe gore botshepe ba ne ba tlopa jang mo sekgweng mo malobeng ba re gopotse lobebe le monate wa mmino wa setso kgotsa wa Setswana. Ke kopa leshala ba le kopane le mogolokwane le melodi. Bana ba ke ba lona, bana ba ga bana bo mma bona na. A bana ba ga bana bo mma bone. Re kopa ba ba ntshitseng di mask ba di busetse mo sefatlhegong. Everybody have your mask on please and continue to keep social distancing. Re kopa le busetse di mask mo dinkong le mo melomong. Megolokwane e kae batho betso, megolokwane e kae? A re rotloetse bana ba ka Melodi le Shalaba megolokwane. Fa o bapile le motho a sa tsenyang mask, mo supe a o busetse. A o busetse. Hela jaaka o ntshitse a o busetse. Megolokwane batho betso, megolokwane. Won't it be wonderful in this wonderful, beautiful country of ours if we could see more of these young people who are going to be dancing in their different communities, not ravaged by nyaope. Bana ba rona ba sa fediwa ke di drugs. bana ba rona ba sa nwe bojalwa mantaga go fitlha ka sontaga ga ke itse ne ke ithake re lo dumalana le nna. Won't it be wonderful in this wonderful country of ours if most of the prisons could be closed and the prisons are turned into colleges of education? Ijona ga ba dumalane le nna. Aga gona go nna monate ba gaetso. Re bona bana ba rona ba tletse ka dikolo, ba ile ko police college, ba ile ko di-technicone, ba sa tlalatala mo motseng, go na le ditiro. Wa itse re tlhokomelesegile a kere. Corona le ena a fedile, HIV a fedile, wa ntshwara mare. Dipetlele tsa rona di na le melemo, wa itshwara mare. Go na le transport bosigo le motshegare, o kgona go reka furniture ka 3 phakela wena. Ke kopa o ikopele matsogo ka gore you are going to help us build this wonderful, beautiful country. On the stage, I've got few minutes to give to this wonderful Pantsolas. Ba bidiwa PSL ba fitlhile Pantsola. Ba na le metsotso fela e le mmalwanyana, ba amogele mo seraleng. Seno ba gaetso ke go supa bothaka, bokgoni jwa bana ba rona ka ditalente tse di farologaneng mo Afrika Borwa. Ga ke rate ka mokgwa ba amogelang ka teng. Ke kopa leshaka ba batho betso. PSL ba fitlhile Pantsola.
Is a tradition, a highly energetic form of dance that originated in the black townships of South Africa during the apartheid era as a form of black commentary and social commentary for black South Africans, and has since grown and changed with the country's growing political tides.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is pure South African entertainment.
The young man says it's possible to turn from your old lifestyle and become a better person in the society. You don't have to go to prison to be a better person in the society. You don't have to do crime before you do something good for others. You don't have to rob other people. You don't have to steal from other people before you can be a better person. Ke tle go le dira jana ke le direle molemo ke le tshepisitse gore ke tla mmitsa gape ke kopa lo ntetlelele ke mo fe tšhono a riana e le nosi gape a ga se ene omega e le nosi fela a riana ke mo fa fela metsotso e mebedi fa ke ya papatsong fa ke boa re tla be re ipaakanyetsa gore re amogele mo presidente o tlogang a fitlha e se kgale a tsamaya le tona kgolo ga mmogo le bakhuduthamaga kgotsa ditona tse dingwe tsa rona mo gare ga rona re lemogile gore go na le baeteledipele ba ba setseng ba fitlhile ga nkitla ke ba bitsa ka maina. We have our leaders in our midst. I'm not going to mention their names, but I'm going to humbly request you gore fela o ba shape ka halala baeteledipele halala. Our matsogo a rona a botlhoko go lekalo halala baeteledipele ba rona halala. Hala. Nobody must be discriminated against, whether you are black, green, yellow, purple, blue, or any other color. Go se nne le ope yo go nyatsang ka ntlha ya gore o le segole kgotsa o na le bogole motsamai kgotsa sepe fela se e leng gore ba akanya gore sa go nyenyefatsa. Motho mongwe le mongwe o lekana le mongwe le mongwe ka tsalo le seng ka tsalo. Jaanong ka bokhutshwane bo ke kopa fela o ntirele molemo o re motho o montle o bapile le ene mare o tsentse mask mo re o re you are very special my friend. Mo tshomele tlhe ngwana ko gae mo re you are very special my friend. Bolella o ka fo molemeng le o ka fo mojeng you are very special. Ke kopa mo tshwamelela bofelo o mo re you make South Africa a wonderful country. O mo tshwanetse o go utlwile mo re ore fa o se yona ga e ga ya felela. Hey, ha ke itse ba ba sa itseng Setswana ba go ibua jang we. You are so special. You are so wonderful. You matter so much to this country. Ladies and gentlemen, Omega Kuno.
Nna ke godile ka difela mo Koster. Ene ke rata bo mme ba thapela. A ke re ba bitseng ka re bonang go sagile mara. My selector. The K5, you know. Midinia Sanitena! Ay! Re batla go bontsha Satan gore rona Koster ra kgona. Le ntate Ramaphosa o re etetse ka jeko. Re batho ka jeko re tseba le go rapela. A re besuke, a re besuke. A re besuke. A re besuke. Ra besuke. E re makira besuke. monate mo K5 ne? Eh? Go monate man.
Fa o ba bile le motho a sa tsenya mask mmolelle gore tsenya mask tsala ya ka busetsa mask.
Re go itse. Ge gana go na le nngwe re ka itshela noka. Re itshela ka moya.
Maybe ba re hallelujah solanka.
Ara boele go o modimo re re ka moya le ka nnete he re tswa. A ke re o mo reka. Ai! Ei! Ai! Kamu yang ikan bit. Hari ini. Oh, Timo. Ai!
Okay, it's still raining out there. Let me help somebody here. Apollo JYZ 430 Northwest. You left your windows open and your seats are getting wet. Mokgweetsi wa koloi ya VW Polo. Dinomoro plata tse ke di buang tse ke JYZ 430 Northwest. O tlogetse matlhabaphefo a koloi ya gago motho o montle a bulegile. Jaanong metsi a tsena mo koloing tsweetsweng. Fa e le gore o itse mokgweetsi wa Polo ya VW kgotsa VW Polo yone ya JYZ 430 Northwest, re kopa o re thuse motho o montle o gore tswalela matlhabaphefo. Ke kopa gore pele re ya ko pineng ya bosetšhaba, ke kopa fela go let me just make sure if you are standing and you don't have a chair, please can we try and occupy more of this side and that side. Letseng fo ka gore ga le go kgona metsi a tshologang fo a go letshela batabantle. If you could try and move to this side, please. O ska tsenyega di screen di teng ga o kitla o misa le ga ile sepe. You won't miss anything. Our program is about to, the official program is about to begin. Jaanong ke kopa fela gore o pa ska ba feletsa kolobile. Ka boikokobetso jo bogolo le ka mo fela ka mole. Mme ke le itse se fela gore dintlwana boithusetso di ka kontle go na le di-mobile toilets tse le gore di rulagantse batho betso o tswela fela ka fo ntle o tla di bona di a boitshega di ka re lekana rotlhe fela. Ka go rialo ke pele ke bitsa bente ya rona ya mapodisi go na le o ke tla mmuang a ke re la e bona flaga Afrika Borwa e boitshegang. Ke kopa go checka gape. Can you see our South African flag? A flag with many colors, ene? Kgotsa flaga e mebala mentsi. Jaanong ke kopilwe ka boikokobetso gore go na le batho mo Afrika Borwa ba ba sa itseng gore mebala e raya goreng. Jaanong go na le abutsimpiwe o e leng gore o tla ka mo pele o tla gore bolelela ka bokhutshwane gore mebala e ya flaga ya Afrika Borwa e raya goreng. A ke re go itumelela seo. Jaanong wena itirele molemo. If you are sitting next to somebody o ntshitse mask ya ka nna yana mo rora o busetsa mo kopa o busetsa ka bonako a isa go kgwele matse ke a kopa ira letsogo yana o bone gore a motho o gaufi le ene ga a gaufi thata le wena a go fe social distancing ka sekgala magareng ke a leboga a botsepe tla ke go fe metsotswana tsala yaka o tla gore bolelela fela gore thadisetse ka flaga ya Afrika Borwa gore mebala e fale ele e ra goreng ke ngwana o na le batsadi mo amogeleng ka le go tswetswe.
Dumelang batho ba bokone bophirima. Good morning. Ka leina ke Simphiwe Ramoko. Ke tlhakile bo Maboloka. I'm a young patriot under the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation. Our duty today will present the national flag. It is a privilege to be standing in front of you today, especially as a young person, a commemorator what happened to Sharpeville. Let me start by saying, our national flag, by far we have learned that the color, as people, as diverse people, everyone might have their own meaning towards each and every color, so there is no universal meaning to the colors there. The most important thing we emphasize on flicking is the convergence. Flaka ya rona, there is this thing it's a V-shape. It's a convergence. It represents people, different people meeting. In actual fact, the past, we are looking forward into shaping our future. Now I'm going to represent again our national flag. There are certain things we must not do, of which we can see in most places by Iran. Our national flag, firstly, it is not supposed to cover legacy, coffin, or statue. Our national flag must not be used as a tablecloth. Our national flag must not also be used to start and finish a race. Our national flag must not also be used, intellectual flag must not be used living in Mufati, in whichever way. And whichever way we put our national flag, the red color, the red part, the way we revealing Gatemul must always be at the top. Thank you.
Ke a leboga a re amogeleng mo seraleng bente ya rona ya mapodisi a Afrika Borwa ke kopa le ba amogele ka leshala batho ba tshobetso ke batho ba ba dirang tiro e manontlhotlho ke dumela gore o dumalana le a nne re ba amogele fela jalo gantse ba tsena mo seraleng a re ba amogele jalo ntse ba tsena mo seraleng ke solofela gore re a itse gore e tla re ka nako e ba tla beng ba simolola pina ya bosetšhaba ka yone re tla be re ema ka rotlhe ka maoto jaaka tlwaelo ka nako e ba simololang we will all stand up so that we can all sing the national anthem together when they begin. And after, immediately when they begin and when they finish, I will be handing over to our wonderful MEC, Tsotso Tlhapi, o tla be a tsaya karolo e ka bobedi ya tirelo ya tsatsi la gompieno. Se lebale gore gompieno re kopane ka mafoko a reng the year of unity and renewal, protecting and preserving our human rights gains. Ke kopa robe matsogo rotlhe. Ke kopile gore ka solang ka ba ise ba simolole ke kope pina e bogote mo phuthegong e tla tsang 60 seconds ke mang a ithaopa e re ka yo pelang rotlhe a re yo pele rotlhe ke bone e na le matsogo mo teng. And please, on the stage now I give over or I hand over to South African Police Service Band.
leboga. Re a leboga, re a leboga, re a leboga. Mic off. Ala, ke kopa re emeng ka dinao re amogeleng presidente ba gaetsho le tonakgolo ya Bokone Bophirima. Ke kopa le raise di-flag tseo tsa lona kwa godimo. A re ba amogeleng ka legofi. A re mo amogeleng ka legofi. Halala Bokone Bophirima, halala. Halala Northwest, halala. Halala Koster, halala. Halala Koster, halala. Halala Moodville, halala. Halala Moodville, halala. Baagi ba Bokone Bophirima dumelang. Le ka dula fa fatshe bagaetsho re a leboga. Re lebogela bofuthu bo la amogetseng mopresidente ka ona. Ke a solofela le ene o mo bofuthu go amogelwa. Presidente bana ba gago ba go amogetse. Re ka dula fa fatshe bagaetsho. Programa ya rona e tla go simolola ya letsatsi. Mme ke rata gore mongwe le mongwe ka gonne re a itse gore santse re na le COVID magareng ga rona. Ga o bona motho kwa gago a sa rwala mask, mo gopotse o mo kgwate fela o re tsenya mask o buele ko tlase. A ke re bagaetsho a re netefatseng gore re nna safe ba botlhe. Mme re a leboga bagaetsho gore e be le ntse le rile mo puleng e re a go utlwelela mopresidente wa rona. Mo puleng e re a go netefatsa gore re a ko stadium sa Koster. Halala Koster, halala. Halala Koster, halala. Ga le re bona re riana re fetsa go bula batsadi ke a tshepa le tla itumela. Mopresidente o fetsa go bula library ya bana ba lona gone jaanong. A re netefatseng gore ra itlhokomela library e. Gonne ke ditshwanelo tsa bana ba rona. A re netefatseng gore ga gona ope o ka ithubang. A ke re bagaetsho ke a bana ba lona la netefatsa gore le tlo itlhokomela. Emisang di-flag ke bone gore la netefatsa. All right, re a leboga bagaetsho. A re diriseng sentle le bana ba rona ba diriseng sentle. Bagaetsho programa ya rona e setse e simolotse. Honorable President Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, the Premier of the Northwest Ntate Bushimape, the Minister of Departments of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Ntate Natim Tetwa, the Minister of Department of Justice and Correctional Services Honorable Ronald Lamola, the Minister wa rona Mme Thandi Modise, ngwana wa mmu o teng mo gare ga rona le ene. Dumela mma rona. The members of the Executive Council, the MECs that are here, MEC Wendy Matsimela, MEC Desbo Mohono, MEC Lina Micha, MEC Saliva Molapisi, MEC Ntatele Hare, bo majoro ba rona ba ba eteletseng pele ke district mayor Mme Matlakala Nonzama. O teng mo gare ga rona. Ke le batla ka matlho ke re ke a litsi. Re a leboga le di mayora tsotlhe tse di leng teng kwano ka jeko. Councillor Jacobs, dumela rra mayora wa mo Koster, ra go dumedisa re mo legatsheng la gago. Haibo councillor, re a leboga bagaetsho. Ke dumedisa makhansela otlhe, traditional leaders tse di leng teng kwano mo letsatsing la ka jeko. Re a le leboga bagaetsho. Baagi ba Bokone Bophirima dumelang. Ke a leboga bagaetsho ke tlo go netefatsa gore ke fa nako e setse e re siile ga ke tlo go dira speech se se telele thata mme ke tlo go fa moprimiri wa rona wa Bokone Bophirima I'm sorry yo ke lebetse thapelo ke kopa fela reme ka dinao ke itumetse thata ke re library e butswa yaanong e ntse ntsenya stress yaanong ke itumetse kopa reme ka dinao ropele national anthem re a leboga still standing we are going to have AU anthem re a leboga re ka dula fa fatshe re a leboga bomme le borre ba rona ba sepolisi re leboga thata ga le ntse le dula fa fatshe ba gaetsho ke le gakolle gore leina la ka ke mokhuduthamaga tsotso tlhapi mokhuduthamaga wa arts culture sports and recreation in the northwest ke tlo go share programa e le minister wa rona wa arts culture sports and recreation minister Nathi Mthethwa re tlo go share serala nna lene go netefatsa ga tiro e ya letsatsi la ka jeko e tsamaya sentle gonne ke letsatsi le le siameng tota ke letsatsi le leng gore batho ba rona ba tshwanela ke gore ba itumele thata ebile ke nagana gore le ketelo ya mopresidente ba tla itumela thata baagi ba Koster, honorable president. Bagaetsho re itse rotlhe gore di 21 tsa March ke go gakolola ma South Africa rona ka di sacrifices tse leng gore di diragetse during the struggle for the attainment of the democracy in the South Africa. So jaaka puso re tshwanela ke gore nako le nako re celebrate letsatsi le kana ka tiro e tshwanetseng. Ka jalo ke tlo go kopa fa pele ke kope mopremiri wa rona before re bua tse dintsi re mmotsa gore a ra amogelesegile mo lefatsheng la gagwe Tonakgolo Bushi Mape mo feng le khofi a ra amogele bagaetsi.
Ke a leboga modiri mmogo jaaka nna Metlhapi ke dumedise presidente le ba kabinete botlhe ba ba fa le badiri mmogo ka nna di MEC tsotlhe tse di fa ke dumedise le ba Human Rights Commission ke dumedise le di mayara le makhanslara nna ga ka tla go dira kgang e telele ke tlile go ntsha dirimaka hela ka letsatsi le la gompieno mo go amogeleng presidente ya ka tlile ha go setse go buile gore gompieno a ka re kopanya re leboga thata ba ne ba le teng mo pele ga rona ba dirileng gore gompieno re dutse aka re dutse jana re bone kgololosego. We are meeting here to celebrate this day. To celebrate this day in our diversity, in our rich cultural heritage, which binds all of us together for a common purpose of duty and unity. We celebrate here as we are people speaking different languages, coming from different communities, but united as one. We recall, particularly because we are in Koster, the tragedy that befell us in 2008, when one young person shot and killed 4 other persons. Ons is jammer dat dit gebeur het. Ons is nie trots daarop nie. Maar wil graag sê, dit is die verlede. Ons is nou meer bekommerd oor die toekoms. En saam wil ons hierdie toekoms bou. Ons wil graag hê, ons moet as een nasie. Ek hoor soms praat mense en sê hulle is nasies. Daar's net een nasie in Suid-Afrika. En ons is verskillende gemeenskappe. En ons wil graag sê, laat ons almal saamwerk. Wat gebeur het in die verlede was vreeslik. Wat ons wil sê is, dit sal nooit weer gebeur nie. Nie in Koster nie, nie in die Noordwes nie, nie in ons land nie. I want to say that those people who passed on during that unfortunate incident, we say that they must continue to rest in peace, and we pay homage to them. MEC, let me thank the Human Rights Commission for deciding on this municipality to host this important event. Let me say that as we celebrate Human Rights Day, we think about many who are not here with us today. I think about people, some of them we had contact with. One particular person, I don't know where that person is from, but that person died in Vryburg. there was an exchange of fire between that person and the police somewhere in the 1980s. That person was buried. We struggled, and we are still struggling, to identify the relatives, the family of that person. We in Vryburg gave that person a name. We say he's Motsamai. But we think about such people today, people whose family cannot still account for them, people who history is going to obliterate them from our memories because they have no names. They are people who sacrifice so much for us. I also, Mr. President, want to take this opportunity to say that when we talk about Human Rights Day, we link this day to our Constitution, particularly where it is talking about socio-economic rights. Because if we don't enjoy socio-economic rights, then we don't have rights. Then we don't have human rights. And I want to talk about two things that worry the Executive Council of the Northwest. And these two things are service delivery and unemployment. These two things prevent us from creating a situation where we should enjoy our human rights. We have said that as the collective, we want to implement a program that we call Accelerated Service Delivery Plan. And we speak to mayors on a daily basis about the potholes, about water, about rubbish collection, about sewer, about lights. We are going to continue speaking to them, maybe ad nauseam, about these problems, that as long as we don't really solve these problems, seal the potholes, ensure that people have water, then people will not be in a position to enjoy their human rights. And we also want to say that in terms of job creation, we know this is a difficult one, but we commit ourselves to do something about this, particularly because it afflicts that generation, that part of our society that is called the youth. The youth. If you look at youth unemployment in the Northwest, the figure is horrific. More than 60%. The figure is horrific. And we must do something about it. And we are listening very carefully to the youth. And when they express the wish for this situation to be addressed, they sometimes say, Mushapale, Mushapale. When they express the wish for this thing to be addressed, they sometimes say, nothing for us without us. Nothing for us without us. They sometimes say, uzoyithola kanjani uhlezi emakhoneni? Uzoyithola kanjani uhlezi emakhoneni? They sometimes say, Mosha kinako. Youth, it is now the time. And we hear them clearly. We hear them clearly. Because when they say these things, when they say Mushapale, they say we want to be part of the political decision making. And we said, you are right, you must be part of that. When they say nothing for us without us, they say we want to be active participants in transforming our society, in changing our lives. They say nothing for us without us. When they say uzoyithola kanjani uhlezi emakhoneni, they say this economic transformation we are talking about, we want to benefit from it. We want to be part of it. And when they say that, uzoyithola kanjani uhlezi emakhoneni, they are not talking about handouts. They are not talking about passive recipients of handouts. They are saying we want to be active and do something about our situation. When they say that Mushakinako, youth, now is the time, they mean their situation must be addressed now. They mean their situation must be addressed now. And we, as the executive of the Northwest, agree with them wherever they are, whether they are students, whether they are workers, whether they are youth in business, whether they are youth in youth formations. We must do something about this situation. We have to do something about this situation because we are saying the youth is the future. The youth is the future. You can't say the youth is the future if you do not invest in the youth. So we as this government, Mr. President, are committed to this. And we want to do this in the context of the DDM. We want to do this in the context of social compacting. In fact, we say we want to have a covenant. As the people of the Northwest, we want to have a covenant with each other and say these are our problems, and together we must address them. I want to conclude, Mr. President, by saying that we, as the Northwest, in terms of vaccination, we are number 5 from the bottom, we are number 5 from the top. We are not impressed. We can't be mid-table. We must do something about this. But the key problem is that the youth is not vaccinating. And we want to make a special plea, a special appeal to the youth that please vaccinate. Please vaccinate. There are lots of stories about COVID, this, that. You know, the scientists have tried to answer the questions, but there are still others who are still asking questions about this and that. Where there is unanimity, where there is agreement, no guara, is that vaccination helps. There's no debate. There's no unclarity. Vaccination helps. We are not saying vaccination is a cure. No, we are saying if you have vaccinated and you get COVID, it won't be severe. It won't be severe like in a case of someone who is not vaccinated. If you get COVID and you have vaccinated, possibilities of you dying from COVID are quite limited. We make this special appeal to the youth. The youth, kinako, vaccinate. Please, kinako, at your schools, at your colleges, at universities, at your places of employment. Please, kinako, vaccinate. I want to conclude, Mr. President, by saying that rona re le batho ba Northwest re itumela thata ntse re atela kgapetsa wa re rotloetsa gape go mpeke e tlang gape wa tla ga o tlodisile beke, Mr. President, bo re etela re itumela thata re tla dirisana mmogo re rotloetsa baagi ba rona le gore le bone ba dirisane mmogo. Re batla go lwantsha semorafe mo gare ga rona, re batho ba le nosi re lwantshe semorafe. Re batla go sireletsa bana ba rona le basadi ba rona kgatlhanong le batho ba ba sotlakang. Ga gona selo se se maswe se se tshwanang le gender-based violence. Ga gona selo se se maswe se tshwanang le seo go tla tshwanna ke gore rotlhe re eme ka maoto re dire sengwe ka yone. Re batla go aga di-community tsa rona tse di tlotlang constitution ya rona. Ke khutla, Mr. President, ka gore re go amogetse mo Koster, re go amogetse mo Bojanala district, re go amogetse mo Northwest. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga Tonakgolo, re lebogela kamogelo e bofuthu mo Koster. Re tla gololosega, re tla lokologa mo Koster, Tonakgolo, ka ntlha ya gore o re amogetse. A re tsweleleng ka programa ya rona bagaetsho mo gareng ga rona gape re na le bao ba tlo re fa melaetsa ya thotloetso, mme ke biletse ko pele the Deputy Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Fatuma Kohan, I'm not too sure whether she's ready because they said she will address us virtually. Is it ready?
Your Excellency
Thank you.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Acting Chief Justice, Premier of the Northwest, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I greet you all on behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission on this Human Rights Day. On this day annually, we remind ourselves about the sacrifices that accompanied the struggle for the attainment of democracy in our country. Human Rights Day is further commemorated to reinforce the principles enshrined in the Bill of Rights of our Constitution, which was adopted 26 years ago. We observe this day each year in order to recommit to safeguarding and protecting the rights of all. We also salute the unsung heroes, the human rights defenders, ordinary men and women who every day stand up against injustice and who work hard to ensure that South Africa is a fairer and more equal society. As we all know, South Africa has a history steeped in human rights violations. While we have indeed made great strides in addressing our past, a lot more remains to be done. The unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and the Gauteng provinces last year were a sign of continuing fractures within South African society that contradicts and undermines the project of building a country united in its diversity. It is also of great concern to the Human Rights Commission that violence against women and girls, sometimes in their own homes, continues unabated. Many violent crimes are constantly on the rise. For example, the murder rates have reportedly increased by 8.9% between October and December 2021 compared to the same period the previous year. Disrespect for the rule of law is seemingly growing in our midst. We therefore appreciate an opportunity such as this one, as it allows us as a nation to take stock of how far we have come in becoming a nation at peace with itself. We indeed have a long way to go, but there can be no doubt that each of us bears responsibility for the state of affairs that pertain, and that equally each one of us are vested with the power to bring about positive change. The time has come for us as a nation to really take stock of our moral compass and resolve that we that we need to do better. On this day, the South African Human Rights Commission calls on each one of us to reflect on the bonds that connect us all: humanity, dignity, and respect. May God bless our country. Inkosi Sikelele i-Afrika. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatima Chouhan, for that message. Ke a tshepa batho ba rona ba utlwile sentle. I will now call on the podium, while we are happy, President, that you are here, beke le beke. I will now call on stage the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ronald Lamola.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. The MEC for Sports Culture and Sports in the Northwest, the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Tate Natim Tetwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, the Premier of the Northwest Province, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, distinguished guests, we gather here today on a significant day in the history of our country and for our democratic dispensation. The South Africa that our heroes of yesterday lived in 62 years ago, and the South Africa we have woken up to today are two remarkable, different to each other. The freedoms we enjoy today are self-evident, and perhaps we may even argue that the past 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic curtailed most of our rights in ways we could not have expected in a democracy. But that is precisely what makes a different nation under COVID-19. Our rights were not limited by arbitrary power. All our actions to protect the nations had to be justified within the rubric of the Constitution. A constitution which has been implemented for 25 years is a constitution that provides a number of ways for claiming and defending basic rights, such as socio-economic rights to housing, healthcare, food, and water. Although the gains of our democracy are self-evident, it is also apparent that this young democracy has been suffocated by corruption and other forms of maladministration. As a result, our national goal of eliminating poverty and reducing inequality by 2030 is at a critical vantage point. The NDP underscores our historical position as per our Reconstruction and Development Program, and I quote from the NDP: "No political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects of a better life. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of any democratic government." Close quote. I have no doubt that the duty of revitalizing sustained economic growth and employment creation and structural transformation of our economy is one which we have to fulfill as this current administration. Yes, external factors may well influence the pace and processes of structural transformation, which precisely the reason the social compact identified by the President's leadership in this sixth administration is possible one of the most important interventions required to sustain our democracy and deliver on the promises of the Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, the constant wave of violence that besiege our nation at various times and levels shows us that we need to do more to entrench human rights in all facets of our society. The various incidents of racism, which continues to lay their ugly head in some of our schools, lawlessness and attacks on black Africans, foreign nationals, and sometimes Asian foreign nationals, shows us that as a nation, our humanity is at an all-time low. Let our actions not destroy our humanity and the gains of our democracy. Instead, our actions should entrench the Bill of Rights in all spheres of society. Let us use this day to reflect on how we can be better humans and better our communities and build a better nation for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think we all know that human rights are inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, regardless of religion, regardless of sex, nationality, etc. and etc. So everyone has a right to work has a right to be educated. As we move on with our program, I will request, if they are ready, the cultural group. Are you ready for Busi Radebe? Are you ready for Busi? Are you ready for Busi? Abantse banamela mo stage le ne le ipakanye le khone go jaifa ga fela ba fetsa go fologa. I will call on stage the Minister of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, Minister Natim Tetwa, to continue with the program. Busi, over to you. Are you ready to Busi?
Soma kuzuikini pilo yami yebo upino kuselu moya wami shisase soma kuzuikini pilo yami Hallelujah.
A big round of applause, please. No, I didn't hear that. Well, if you don't have a talent, don't be jealous. Can we have a round of applause? Aha. Thank you very much. Alala Northwest, alala. Alala Northwest, alala. Alala Bukoni Bupirima, alala. Alala Bujanala, alala. Eita Koster. Koster and Koster. Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. Koster is warm. Koster is home. Premier Waruna. Uribulele uri tincha dibo fiwe. We should feel at home. That map. My co-program director, MEC, Klape, here with us, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President MC Ramaphosa, our Premier of Northwest, Premier Honorable Mape, who just welcomed us, ministers and deputy ministers here present, Minister Lamula, who has given a presentation here. Today, we also have other MECs who are here with us. We have mayors, councillors present here, members of parliament, we have social cohesion advocates, honored guests, members of the diplomatic corps. In our midst, we have representatives from Yemen, we have Germany, we have Russia with us, we have Somalia with us here, we have Indonesia, we have Lithuania with us, we have Oman, we have Singapore, we have Canada, we have Senegal, we have Tunisia. It's a full house. The whole world is here. Yeah, which one? Congo, Brazzaville, Congo. We can't forget Congo. It is once again a great honor and privilege that I too add my voice on this event of commemoration to mark Human Rights Day. We also note that this also is an important day to our neighbors, Namibia, which is their Independence Day today, the 21st of March. We are gathered here today to commemorate the contributions made by our predecessors in the fight for our freedom, and there are many of them, we can't even mention them. But we remember what happened in Sharpeville, in Kualanga, and many other places during this day. As we remember that, we also remember that fine son of the soil, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, who led people on that day, demanding freedom. in our land. This year's theme for the day is the Year of National Unity and Renewal, promoting and protecting our human rights gains. The violation of human rights in our country and the continent started with the advent of colonialism. Every aspect of our existence was ruined, defiled in every manner possible. In that process, we lost all the senses of dignity and humanity. There is no better way to explain the humiliation we suffered as a people than what the founding Secretary General of the governing party today, the African National Congress, Mr. Sol Plaatje, when he said the following about 1913 Land Act, and I quote him: "Awaking on Friday morning, June 20, 1913, the South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth," close quote. The second and the fundamental violation of our human rights, and there are many of them, but this one was a deliberate depredation of our indigenous languages. The United Nations organization has recognized this injustice. In an attempt to address this prejudice, it has declared the coming 10 years as the decade of building a global community for the preservation, revitalization, and support for indigenous languages worldwide. As declared by UNESCO, the decade is aimed at ensuring the preservation, revitalization, and promotion of indigenous people's rights to use their languages. It offers an opportunity to collaborate in the areas of policy development, the stimulating of global dialogue, and for countries of the globe to take the necessary measures for the usage of these indigenous languages around the world. The UN deeply understands the significance of language in the thought process of an individual, as Professor Kwesi Pra once put it this way, and I quote: "Mother tongue is the foundation of thought in the second language." To us, this initiative is 28 years late because this government has already recognized this and thus enacted a relevant legislation to advance the cause of indigenous languages. There are many initiatives this government has embarked on to ensure that we take this matter seriously. But at the heart is our realization that the three resilient fault lines have to be fought to ensure that we indeed enjoy human rights in this country. That poverty, inequality, and unemployment still persist in our country, and our task is to continuously address this so that we reach the point where human rights is everybody's rights in this country. And on this day, there is no better person to address us on this matter than His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, who's here with us. President, your compatriots are waiting for your intervention, which will be umhlahlandlela. Iza nomkhombandlela, Mongameli.
Halala batho ba Koster halala. Halala batho ba Koster halala. Ardulem fas. Ke rata go le dumedisa kaofela ha nyena ke simolle ka go leboga ba tsamaisang mosebetsi ke dumedise mo premier wa rona o bua gore o di bofile re yena o na le dintša tse dintsi se kile ka mo etela di dintsi ntša tsa gagwe ke leboge di-minister tsa rona tse teng gompieno mo Minister Nathi Mthethwa, Minister Lamola, Ronald Lamola, Minister Thulas Nxesi, ke bona bao ba ke ba boneng, le Minister wa Defense le Military Veterans, Mme Modise. Ke dumedise le di MEC tsa rona tse teng mo ke fetele mo di mayor tsa rena tsa district le masepala ke dumedise dikgosi tsa rona tse teng mo kopanong ye and then greet all the residents of Koster. Forward with Koster, forward. Forward with Koster, forward. And then I greet all fellow South Africans. Today is a Human Rights Day of profound significance for many reasons. It is the first time in 2 years that we are able to gather as a people to commemorate this day and remember what happened in history, but also to pledge our determination to ensure that what happened in history and its many attendant evils does not happen again in South Africa. This is a reminder of how far we have come since the case of COVID-19 that was declared in our country, and we entered in a nationwide lockdown to contain this virus. And now we are here, able to gather in safety and observing the public health regulations, and have become part of this preventative measures have become part of our everyday lives. We are observing Human Rights Day here in the town of Koster, in the Khetleng River local municipality. Just as the people of Sharpeville in Gauteng still bear the scars of the tragedy that befell them 62 years ago, a tragedy that was fueled by racial hatred. 14 years ago, this community was shaken by a terrible crime, also underpinned by racial hatred. It was a crime made all the more worse because it happened in democratic South Africa. On the 14th of January in 2008, a white gunman, Johan Nel, opened fire in the settlement of Skirlek, killing 4 people and wounding many more. The shooting of unarmed protesters in Sharpeville on the 21st of March 1960 was the actions of a brutal regime that drew its strength from repression. The hurt of what took place in Skirlek here 14 years ago still cuts deep. It still hurts. People still remember. People still have it embedded in their memory. It was a stark reminder to us all that racism did not die when apartheid fell. It was a stark reminder that racism is still very much alive in our country. But it was also a moment of reflection for us to redouble our efforts to get rid of racism, to rid our country of this terrible disease once and for all, and root it out of South African life. It showed us that there was much work still to be done to build the bridges of tolerance, the bridges of understanding, the bridges of building a consensus, of consolidating our cohesion as a people and as a nation. We are reminded of this even today when we hear of incidents of racism and intolerance in our schools, intolerance in our workplaces, in communities, in our universities, on the roads of our country, in professional sectors, and in many other places where South Africans interface with one another. These incidents do sadden us. They make us angry, as they should. But much worse, they humiliate us. They seek to make us less human. They break down our confidence. They just humiliate us so badly. And one of the rights we should cherish in our Constitution, whether clearly articulated or not, is the right not to be humiliated. The apartheid horror was about humiliating the black people of this country. And we must say no. We are no longer going to be allow anyone to humiliate us. We reject humiliation. We don't want to be treated as subhumans. We don't want to be humiliated. Ka bane humiliation ke a gore o shebela motho o mong ko tlase, o fete moo o montshe gore wa motella, o fete moo o montshe gore wa monyefula, o fete moo o montshe gore a o matle, gore a be haufi le wena. It is this type of humiliation that must end. We suffered 340 years of humiliation. And we say, it is over, it is enough. Huntsi. Huntsi. So when anybody wants to express their prejudice against us, wants to express their difference against us, really, do not humiliate us. Yes, we accept we can be different, and we accept that we may have prejudices. Gore no na a ke rate mmala o mosweu, ke rata mmala o mokhibedu, a ke rate mmala o motsho. That is your right. Gore no ke tla reka hempe e tshweu, ke tla reka hempe e ntsho. Go siame. But o ska e fetisa ko pele. O be o re a o rate batho ba mmala o itseng. A o re a ke rate batho ba bantsho. Le rona re ska re a ke rate batho ba basweu. And then humiliate them. And then treat them badly. Ke yona ntho e re sa e batleng. So today, Human Rights Day, is also about that. And that is why we say acts of racism, acts of humiliating others because of their race, these are incidents that have no place in our society, where we still struggle to heal the divisions of the past. We have not allowed these acts of racism and intolerance to define us or to turn us against each other. They may have brought back bitter memories of our past, but they have not dragged us back into that past. Because sometimes those who seem to practice acts of racism, who express themselves in racist ways, it is almost though they are saying, we want to take you back to that past because that past favored them. That past gave them all the rights that many of us did not have. And we refuse to be dragged back to the past where there was racism in this country, but we choose to draw our strength, our inspiration, and our protection on our Constitution, which was brought into effect 25 years ago after being signed into law in Sharpeville. The Constitution affirms that South Africa belongs to all who live in it and commits us to upholding the values of our Constitution and the values of human dignity. It affirms that our society is rooted in non-racialism and non-sexism. It holds that our country is founded and rooted on the rule of law, and that all of us are equal before the law. There is no one who is favored by the law better or over another. It confirms the rights of all adult South Africans to have the right to vote, to participate in the political life of their country, a right that was denied them in the past. Our Constitution calls for the advancement and protection of human rights for all, without choosing a particular section in our community and endowing it with human rights like what was happening in the past. Remember, in the past, a tiny section of the population had human rights, and the rest did not enjoy human rights. Our Constitution was brought into effect to correct that horrible mistake. Constitution it does not matter whether people are men or women, adult or children, rich or poor, landed with property or landless. Does not matter whether they are urban or rural. It does not matter whether they are earners or unemployed, whether they are workers, whether they are employers. That does not matter as far as our Constitution says. And in exercising our rights, we must also, as South Africans, reject discrimination and hate crimes that are perpetrated by some amongst us against those who pursue a sexual orientation life and on the basis of gender identity. We must condemn these acts of violence, of homophobia, as well as of transphobia. In the face of the violence that is perpetrated against the LGBTQI community, we need to ensure that we act against those forms of violence. We must be clear about that. And we would like to say that the LGBTQI plus community, I'd like to say to them, they are not alone. We are not alone, and we will walk this journey with you. We are with you, and I am with you as well. The struggle for an end to violence, to discrimination, and to hate against the LGBTQI plus community must end. And it must end now. And I'd like it to be made clear that all communities in our country have the Constitution as their protection. An attack on a woman of our country is an attack on all of us. An attack on the LGBTQI plus community is also an attack on the universal and South African values that we have all sworn to uphold and to defend. So when you attack a woman, when you kill a woman, when you violate the sexual rights of a woman, and when you attack the LGBTQI plus community, just know that you are essentially attacking the values of the South African states and the South African people. And we will not allow that, and that is why we have vowed to root out attacks against women and attacks against children. This we shall do. Now, the Constitution that we so cherish obliges the state to protect and uphold the rights that the people of South Africa have and to ensure that everybody's basic needs are also progressively met. The Constitution is founded on the achievement of equality. Today, a quarter of a century since the Constitution came into effect, we are confronted by a stark reality. We are a free people. Being a free people, there are a number of challenges that we face. We are still a long way from being a nation of equals. In recent weeks, a number of studies have told us that inequality in South Africa is growing and is deepening. This situation has been made worse by the global pandemic that has now entered its third year. The pandemic has had a grave impact on the ability of people to lead the lives of dignity promised by our Constitution. The study of the World Bank notes that South Africa remains the most unequal country in the world, and that race continues to be a key driver of inequality. Race continues to be a key driver of inequality in our country. If you are black in South Africa, and in particular if you're a woman, you are more likely to be poor, to live in an impoverished location, to be unemployed, to have lower levels of education, and not have access to any assets whatsoever, and possibly not even have access to basic services. So it is this phase of a black woman that poverty wears. The legacy of colonialism and apartheid continues to reinforce inequality in many spheres, and undoing these effects has been a momentous task. Our struggle for freedom was fundamentally about improving the lives of our people. Over the 28 years, the country has made significant progress in tackling poverty and deprivation. We have built houses for our people. We have built clinics and hospitals for our people. We have implemented universal basic education and higher education as well. The vast majority of our people have access to decent water, sanitation, electricity as well in their homes. Societies most vulnerable are supported by an extensive social welfare system. Every month, over 46% of the population receive some form of social grant. Social grant that affects the lives of those who are older, the older citizens. They get their pension without fail. And recently, the Minister of Finance increased it. The previous year, it did not increase by much, but this time round, he increased it by a little. And we have committed that that pension will always be there. We then instituted another pension for the disabled people. Those who are disabled, we said for those who are disabled, they will also receive a pension where the state supports them in their vulnerability, in the challenges they face. On top of that, we then said children below 18 they will be looked after by the state. About 12 million children every month receive their child grants every month without fail. And we said we will not fail on that. Now, with COVID having had the negative impact, we looked at our financial resources and realized that we needed to do something. For those who were employed, we relied on releasing money from the unemployment fund so that it can augment their earnings if they were being put on short time and so on. And then we were left with those who don't work. They're unemployed. And we decided that much as we do not have resources, there's something that we will put on their table so that they can at least get food for their children. Then we started with the 350 Rand grant, which now goes to almost 11 million South Africans who do not work. And that too has helped a great deal. So when we count all these on a cumulative basis, we find that the social wage, the grant system now covers 46% of the population. Now clearly, this is being done at a time of great hardship. Great hardship that we're going through. And we said for the 350 and so, we want to see the extent to which we can grow the economy so that those who are in receipt of the 350 can now be absorbed into the labor market. Now, this is the extensive nature of our social welfare system that has been put in place because the government sought to demonstrate that we are a compassionate government. We are a government that is seeking to address the needs of our people. Our people are suffering under really difficult circumstances of joblessness and all that. But we have said no one must be left behind. The government will not want to leave anyone behind. And it is for this reason that we came up with all these assistant measures. Asiyona ntwe entle eyo na. However, as we sit here, we see a number of these gains being eroded. This is not only because of the devastation of COVID, but also because of the impact of global events that are taking place beyond our shores. Right now, there's a huge war that is raging in Ukraine and Russia, and the gains that we've been making are now going to be reversed by that war that is taking place there, because our food prices are now going up, our fuel prices, petrol ya ko godimo, re ntse re leka gore re tsamaye tsela e sentle, re ke re bone gore re ka thusa batho ba rena ba South Africa ka tsela e feng. Yaanong ha go tlhaga ntwa ele ya ko Ukraine e re busetsa morago. COVID le re ntse re ya pele gantle or sentle e re buiseditse morago. Go na le batho ba lekana le 2 million ba latlhegetsweng ke ditiro. So le ntwa e ya ko Russia le ko Ukraine e re buisetsa morago. Instead of moving forward, we are finding that we are now getting into another trap. It's all because many of the things that we are trying to do depend on outside factors, not all of them. Some depend on internal factors, factors that we ourselves need to address. Factors such as corruption. We have seen how corruption and incompetence have together had a devastating impact on the delivery of services, especially to society's most vulnerable. Corruption and state capture have eroded human rights. It has weakened the institutions of the state, and it has undermined the rule of law. State capture le rule of law, bao ba sa batleng go mamela molao, bao ba utswang, ba re buisetsa morago, and ha ba re buisetsa morago, ba batla gore go je bona hela. Rona re le bantsi re ska ja gore ba re ntsha dijo ka hanong, ke bona bao ba re isang morago. One of the most reasons that people here in Khetleng local municipality, like many others in the northwest around the country, experience problems with getting decent drinking water and poor sanitation. Ha re sheba di services tse tshwanetseng gore le di kreye, re kry gore bao ba ikemiseditseng gore ba tla utswa ke bona ba senyang di services di ska tlhola di tla mo go yeng. And ke bona bao ge ba re tshwanetseng gore ba ntshe tseleng. Ke bua beana gore ke batla gore ba utlwe ka ditsebe tsa bona. Ba ikutlwele ka obane ke a kgolwa ba na le ditsebe, ke a kgolwa ba utlwa. Ya, ntho e ke e beyang ke a gore, you know, go fitlhile nako ele wa bona batho ba rena a ba sa tlhola ba ikemiseditse gore ba shebelle fela ha tšhelete e utswiwa, a ba ikemisetsa ka gobane ba itse gore ke tšhelete ya bona e tshwanetse gore ba etsetse mesebetsi. So ha o le legodu, ha wena o ikitse gore wa utswa, re tswele ka ntlo. Ke re tswele ka ntlo pele re go kreya ka obane go ka se be monate ha setse re go kreile. Ka nnete go ka se tlhole go ba monate. Nako ele ya gore no re tla kwala leitlho le one le leng le shebe kwa ha o ntse o utswa e fedile nako eo. So bao ba utswang ba sitiswa gore go be le tswelopele. Bao ba batlang gore etsa di business tsa bona ba tlholega ka gobane ha ba batla di permit, di license le ntho tse ding ha ba ya di ofising ba tshwanetse gore ba ntshe tjotjo ba hana ba tshwanetse gore ba gane go ntsha tjotjo and ha motho ga go na le ope o tla reng ntsha tšotšo re batla gore ba bang ba mo shout out ba re motho o batlang tšotšo ke yo ka gobane o sitisa gore mosebetsi o tswelele pele sentle wa bona ntho e re bitsang corruption if we can take it up as a community kaofela ha rona re nke e le mosebetsi wa community e be rona who will draw the line re ipolelele gore we are not prepared to live in a society, in a community where stealing, robbing, and corruption is the order of the day. If we as a community can say so, I am telling you we will be able to root out all these corrupt elements. We are the ones who must stand up and say, no, not in our community, not in our society. Unless we do so, kana le utlwiseng gore wa itse le utlwiseng gore batho ba utswang a ba utswe lefifing fela go na le ba bang ba ba itseng ba sebetsang le bona ene batho bao ba utswang ba itsiwe go a itsiwe gore moketekete kana yena ke Mr. 10%. Moketekete yena ha o batla gore a sign permit tshwanetse mo fe 2,000 rand. Moketekete ra ba itse. We know these people because they live amongst us. Our task must be to call them out, and we as the communities have the power to root out corruption. We have the power. Go tshwana le yona ntwe ya gender-based violence. Ya gender-based violence, batho bao ba rapang, batho bao ba shapang basadi, re a ba itse. Re a ba itse because they live amongst us. And re be re thola. Ra mo itse gore no, motlhankana ole o ile a kena ko ntlong e itseng a ilo rapa ngwanyana ha tholwa. After that I ilo rapa o mong, after that I ilo rapa o mong. So then we become a community and a society of perpetrators le rona. Ka hobane le rona now we are just as guilty as that person ka hobane re thotse. So bagaetso nna ke re ge go fitlhile nako if we really want to rid our country of corruption and even of gender-based violence, we must all become corruption activists. We must all become gender-based violence activists and say these things will not happen in my name. They will not happen in my presence. And allow muitsi mutho o mo rwale ka letsogo mo tshware ka letsogo o re abuti wena o sentse. You have violated one of our most important laws and values. Re a gonka re go isa maponeseng ka borona o tla bona gore o tla arabela bjang. Unless we do that, a gona se tla lokang. Ke a itse la tshaba. La tshaba. La thuthumela ha le fitla moo. Ke re a re etseng ntho eo ka hobane ha re le serious, if we are serious against corruption, against gender-based violence, then we as organized communities, and I'm not saying gore go be le di vigilante group gare ga rona, but organized in our formations. It can be our trade unions, it can be our churches, it can be our soccer football club, it can be our political parties. We are the ones who must cleanse our communities rather than expect and come and sort our problems out. Lily community ya Khetleng, Lily so mo Koster. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody. Ba utswang di cable la ba itse. La ba itse. Yaanong ha le expecta nna ke tlhaga ko Gauteng kwale gore ke tle ke tlo tshwara motho wa mo Koster. Le itse gore o utswitse kae cable. Cable e sitisang gore go be le motlakase. Le mo itse sentle and le itse le mo a beyang teng. Le itse le re o e rekang. Whether o tlhaga sentini kapo kae la mo itse. Le a tlisa tšhelete le a mona le re o fihlile o tlisitse tšhelete ka jeku. O tlo reka koporo ele kapo di cable. So my call to all of you is that let us join in the fight against gender-based violence, the fight against corruption as well. Because of corruption, our people are forced to pay more for services. Go na le motho o utswang, and then price ya ntho e nngwe le nngwe re e rekang e tshwanetse re ye ko godimo. Government infrastructure is vandalized or left to decay so that the private service providers can be contracted to take it over. Yano e etsagala so. Batho ba kenang mo dikolong. Ba kenang mo dikolong ba ile utswa di computer. Batho ba ile go thuba building ya mmuso. Ba dula hara rona. And ra ba itse. We know them. So kere, as a community, we therefore need to join hands and make sure that we bring this to an end. Because, colleagues, it is because of complacency and arrogance that many elderly citizens cannot receive the medical care that they need. Communities are not being properly protected from criminals, and children don't have the textbooks that they need. We cannot reduce poverty and inequality as long as public money is being stolen, as I was saying. We cannot transform our society when people are confronted with arrogant civil servants, barring how kena, babar o batla eng wena, o tlo etsa mmo, where they display their arrogance. Just as Sharpeville continues to live in our minds and stand as a symbol of courage, the Constitution reminds us that we must strive for a society that is not only free and equal, but one in which corruption has no place. In the State of the Nation address, Kilekari, I'm calling on a new consensus to end poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We have called it a consensus because it must involve all of society. It must bring together government, business, community, civil society, and community formations, as well as individual citizens. And in forging a new consensus, what we are seeking to do is to reclaim the responsibility of delivering the promise of our Constitution. Now, comrades and colleagues, on this Human Rights Day, we remember that it was people's power that won our freedom. And it is the power of the people that must also take us forward. There can be no dignity if our children continue to go to bed hungry. There can be no dignity if our young people continue to remain unemployed. And there can be no dignity if access to adequate housing, health care, food, water, and social assistance is determined by the race or the class that one belongs to. Now, my message to all South Africans today is that the Constitution is not a mere piece of paper. It is a document that empowers us. As much as it places responsibilities on the state, the Constitution also confers duties on us as citizens. We can only win the war against poverty, against inequality, against unemployment, if we rid our society of the ills that continue to set the progress that we are bound to have back. And these ills, matata a re kopanang le ona tseleng, it's crime, botsotsi, substance abuse, gender-based violence, damage to essential infrastructure, and violence in our schools. Now, reclaiming the Constitution must be our common task. We must obey the law and report those who break the law. We must work with the South African Police Service and other law enforcement agencies. We must join community policing forums to help keep our communities safe, and local businesses should support their work. E botlhokwa ka bane sebaka se seng le se seng se tshwanetse gore se be le community policing forum ka bane mapodisa a ba go gotlhe. We must play a supportive role to them. We must pay to the public service that we use beyond the basic amount of services that we receive. Must have trust and confidence in our municipalities that they can restore the work of the municipalities and play an important role in restoring service delivery in the local municipalities. But this cannot happen if we ourselves as residents do not pay for services. We must take care of public infrastructure and report acts of vandalism. As individuals, let us meet our common responsibility to help and to care for the elderly. People who are elderly, living with disabilities, as well as children. Now, to build the South Africa that we want, we must make our voices heard on the laws and the policies that affect us through public hearings, community hearings. Setse re simolotse process e ya dimbizo, ya dipitso, re tla ba re ya dibakeng tse dintsi, re bua le batho ba rena, re batlo utlwa sentle gore ba reng na maikutlo a bona ke a feng. So le lona le participating le mo tseo. We must be active citizens that support community-based organizations that are performing invaluable work in places that we live in. Another important duty of citizenship is holding to account those tasked with public office. Last year, we held local government elections, and new councillors have taken their seats in the municipalities across the country. We must demand our councillors that they make good on their electoral promises. Ba ile ba re tshepisa dintho tse dintsi, ba re ba tla lokisa. Re tshwantse gore ba buele mo go rena, ba tlo re bolella gore ba etsa eng na kapa ba ituletse di-officing hela. Ba tle mo go rena. go tshwanetse gore go be le dikopano, regular meetings and report backs. Ba re bolelle gore ba etsa eng. One time ke le leetong ko China. Ko China they go beyond that. Ba bontsha kgwedi le kgwedi tšhelete e keneng le tšhelete e sebeditseng le gore e sebeditse o etsa eng. So a gona sephiri moo, a gona lekunutu, a gona go utswa tšhelete, ntho e nngwe ya bonagala, it's clearly stated. So le rona a re gona moo gore our councillors, ward and otherwise, ba tshware di meeting le rona, they must report back to us on a regular basis. But le rona ge, we must also re ba support. Re ba support mo ditirong tse ba di etsang. Re join community betterment activities like ha gotwe gompieno re lo topa dipampiri mo toropong. Re ba join. Re kolomake toropo e. E ska tshwana le toropo e nngwe e ke e boneng last week kwa ko Northwest. Toropo e bitswang gore ke Mahikeng. Mahikeng e maswe. E maswe. So Premier on tshepise gore o ilo simolla campaign ya go tlhatswa Mahikeng. So le mo ke batla utlwa go na le campaign ya go tlhatswa Koster. Go tlhatswe Koster. Ha le batla ke tlatla ke tlo le joina, ke apare overall ka bonna, ke tsamaye mo ke ntse ke cleana Koster. Wa itse keng go na le toropo e nngwe ko Rwanda. I must tell you about this. Ko Rwanda ka 1994 go le ga bolaiwa batho ba 800,000 ba bolayana gona moo. Gompieno toropo eo is the cleanest town on the African continent. Ke re mo tsamayang teng a o te o bona pampiri, a o te o bona plastic kapo tin ya Coca-Cola kapo ya Fanta, a eyo. Nako e nngwe ke ile ka re no ke batlo driver mo toropong e ke batlo bona gore ba bua maaka na. Not a single piece of plastic or paper. So Luna, you are a small town. You can really be a jewel town. You can demonstrate to all of us in South Africa for being a small town in Northwest Koster. You can clean this town. Isale ibenya. Gore bao ba bang ba tswang kae kapo kae ba tle mo Koster ba tlo bona gore how do you do it. Na ntho e ke ikopang ke gore clean up Koster. Be part of the process. E tlo cleanang Koster. And Koster e be clean. Ke batla gore ba le ba ko Mahikeng. Ba ko Mahikeng ba tle mo. Ba tlo bona gore toropo e clean e tshwana leng na. Let them come. Ke a ba bua ka obane ke batla gore wa bona ke a ba tlontlolla. Ke batla gore pelo tsa bona di utlwe botlhoko. Ka obane ke kgale ke bua ka toropo ele ya bona. So Luna, be a good example, and I want you to be better than Cape Town, better than Johannesburg, better than Sandton. Be the best town in South Africa. Le tla etsa bjalo. A ke a utlwa le tla etsa bjalo na. Ke a leboga. So ke kopa gore ge ha le etsa bjalo le sebetse le di-councillor tsa rona, di-mayor tsa rona, le bona he, I am tying their feet to the fire, for they must work with you. Let this period that we are moving forward on be a turning point. Let us demonstrate that we are proud. Mo re nnang teng go clean, mo magaeng a lona, I know it's clean. Ke a itse, la motho a dula mokhukhung, ha kena o kra go le clean. Di pizza la di sna dijo di tutsi mo tafoleng mo stofong di a benya. Mo fatshe go a benya mo kamoreng go clean sentle. So le lona ge kere I know gore mo magaeng a lona, magae a lona they are clean. Kere let us now take that experience re tlise mo toropong. Re bontshe gore we are a decent and clean people. Batho ba mo Koster. Jaanong as batswadi, ka bane re batswadi bongata ba rona, let us also play an active role in our children's education life by joining the school governing bodies. Re ye ko dikolong, re lo thusa. We get a volunteer, like about 2 hours a day, 1 hour or so a week. We lo thusa. O thusa ka gardening ya vegetables. O thusa ka seo le seo. Once we can do that, go na le ba bang ba di etsa mo ditoropong tse ding. They do precisely that, and that helps just to boost the morale of everybody by pizza the volunteers tsa sekolo. So le lona ge as parents, I want to challenge you to do all that. Now I want to take this opportunity to address employers in this country, including in the hospitality, agriculture, transport, and labor-intensive sectors. Now, our country has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. Now, when employers employ, really, we want you to employ our people. Employ our people, train them well, give them the necessary skills, treat them like human beings. And I say so advisedly, being a former trade unionist, knowing hore employers ba bang, they don't even treat their workers well. So I say, treat your workers well, but we also say, now when employers knowingly hire undocumented foreign workers, they are breaking the law. Ba roba molao. Rere. Go na le gore batho ba rona ba mo gae mo South Africa ba be ba etsa di march and so forth. Let's all of us do the right thing. Ha ba etsa bjalo, they are also contributing towards social tensions between our citizens and foreign nationals who are living here or have taken refuge here. Department ya rona of Home Affairs and Employment continue to engage with employers to ensure that compliance with the immigration and labor laws of this country happens. As a country founded on tolerance, on respect, on diversity, on non-discrimination, we must never allow ourselves to turn against people who come from beyond our borders. We should not allow ourselves, those who come from other countries, being at war with them, because it is un-South African. We've always had people from other countries, and if you want to know, and I say this because I was in the mining industry, the mining industry, ya rona as we know it, was developed and built not only by South Africans, but also from workers from other countries, Mozambique, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Angola, Zambia, Eswatini, and so on. They all participated. And of course, now we are facing challenges of unemployment. But the challenges of unemployment that we are facing should never mean that we should go and wage war against those people from other countries. Because once we do that, we just immediately promote this spirit of xenophobia. For now we hate them, and now they must go. What we are saying is that, yes, we want people to be properly documented in our country. We want employers to be very careful and hire people who are properly documented. And if we can work on that basis and do it in the spirit that we do it as South Africans, where we will do it in an orderly way, remembering where we are a diverse country. We are a diverse country, not a country of the same people. Re fapane, a re tshwane kaofela. And we came from different places. And so therefore, we must embrace one another and work together. So it's important that we should do so. Ke batla re le openg diatla for yona point ena eno. So that is why, Kerry, those who are setting up the organization saying, Bo Dudula, Bo Mangmang, Rere, that is contravening the law. We cannot allow a situation where we are going to get people who will embark on vigilantism to deal with a problem, a social problem. We must collectively, as South Africans, deal with it. Rona, from government side, we will do our work. But we also want to say, let us work together. It's highly sensitive because this thing can soon turn out into xenophobia, and you know how the continent can turn its back on us. We rely on this continent of 1.3 billion people for our business, for our livelihoods, for our imports, and so therefore, as we deal with the immediate problem, let us be wise, let us not be violent, and let us make sure that we remember we are a country of diverse people, and hence the appeal we make to our employers: do not employ undocumented workers, because when you do, you are just going to create tension amongst the people of our country. So today we observe Human Rights Day. We affirm that our democracy and our human rights must be enjoyed by all those who live in our country. And let's remember what the Freedom Charter says. South Africa belongs to all those who live in South Africa. So, fellow South Africans, unemployment is one of the greatest obstacles to the achievement of the rights of all South Africans. As part of our efforts to grow the economy and create jobs, we are driving a number of initiatives that are encapsulated in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And to address the social and economic effects of COVID-19, we have introduced a number of measures, some of which I spoke to about. To safeguard the health of our people, we have implemented the largest mass vaccination campaign in our democracy's history. Now, we must end the state of disaster. And we are looking at how we end the state of disaster. A number of other places for meetings, for sporting events and all that. That we are looking at that. But at the same time, re batla gore le rona we must reach the same level, level ya bao ba ko Europe. Ha go iwa the football matching, ba ya ka bontsi. They go in their large numbers because they've reached high levels of vaccination. O kra gore ba fitlhile bo ma 80%. Rona re sampane re le bo ma 43%. So that's why really, in order for us to get this total freedom eri batlang of moving around, of knowing gore re na le insurance ya gore re vaccinatile, then we must vaccinate in large numbers. I'd like to see us vaccinate in large numbers. Because vaccination has proven, truly, gore bao ba vaccinatileng, la ba ka kula ba tshwarwa ke COVID. COVID eo usually a e ba bolai. Empa bao ba sa vaccinatang, re ba bona ba kena dipetlele, ke bona ba tletseng dipetlele, and ba bang ba bona ba re sia. So ke nnete e sa feleng eo. So that is why, really, let us still go all out to vaccinate. It's still important for us to vaccinate so that we can eliminate these restrictions as well. So, in the end, Kiri, let us then move forward, work together on a number of areas in order to address the challenges that our country is facing. Now, if we work together to ensure that the Constitution of our country makes a difference in our lives, we will be much better off. So let us build this South African nation founded on human rights and dignity. Wa bona se le se Ntate Mandela a na re ruta sona sa human rights, re se bona e le nnete e sa fetweng. So a re boeleng mo yona human rights ele ya Rre Mandela, re tswelle pele re godise naga e. Long live Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live the spirit of Albertina Sisulu, long live. Amandla. Amandla. Ke lebogile.
Long live President Ramaphosa, long live. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. You don't translate the message. I could hear that the message is well received, judging from the response and reaction of all of us here. Thank you, Mr. President. Allah, Allah, South Africa, Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah, President Ramaphosa, Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah, Bujana, Allah. Now, I have to do and to acknowledge our sign language interpreters here with us, the two of them, Sibone Khete and Fumani Tladi. So I'm doing this because Minister Nglesi asked me whether we have the real ones. And I assured him that they are the real McCoy. Agona I finder. Thank you very much for that. We do have our deputy ministers here with us. We have Deputy Minister Jeffrey with us. You are acknowledged, DM. We have Deputy Minister Kekan with us here. We also have Deputy Minister Pilane Machake. I know that it's now time that we wrap up our program today. Yeah? We have Deputy Minister of Police in the house somewhere. Oh, I thought it's one of the diplomatic corps. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Matale. We are now going to ask our Executive Mayor of Bujanala Platinum District, Councillor Magdalene Matlakala. Where is the Councillor? Councillor Matlakala Nonzaba.
Halala, Koster, halala. Halala, Reagile. Pambili ka Koster, pambili. Program Director. Ke batla ke re Koster, re rutegile kajeko. Our strong president, Mr. Ramaphosa, uri rutile tota. I think Haritswamo, we are going to do everything. We are going to be the whistleblower. You are not going to be afraid of the councillors because you love your Bujanala. And President, before I can do what I'm supposed to do, I want to make this commitment in front of the whole community that is here. That as an executive mayor of Bujanala, we are going to make sure that there is no corruption in the municipality. We are going to root out all corruptions. If we have corrupt managers, we are going to take them out. So with that, we can be able to do that with your help. Please, let's work together as the community of Bujanala. We are not talking about Koster alone, but the entire Bujanala. And President, the second commitment is we are not going to be like Mafike. Not at all. We are going to make sure that Koster is the cleanest town. President, you are going to start. I'm not going to be like your minister said that they will come back after 3 weeks. Rona, we are starting next week. We know that Koster is the smallest municipality in Northwest. And we are going to change the life of
Koster. Koster will never be the same. Halala, Koster, halala. Thank you. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to greet our Honorable President and protocol observed. To make a speech, mine is very straightforward, to thank people who make this event possible. But before, ke tlo tsaya nako e, ke leboga President wa rona, all very strong and resolute. O leng gore ka dinako tsotlhe go mmitsa ha re ke na le mmereko. Ha ka re ha bitswa to Koster a ba rawa masepalanyana o monnyane o, he honored the invitation. Ke ka mo re tshwanetseng go mo leboga re le baagi ba bojanala gore o re tseela matsapa. Ke tse gape ke boe ke ye ko premiereng wa rona. Last time a re le ko Mafikeng ke utlwile gothe ke Brabush. President na mitsa re Brabush. So ke tse nako e ke leboge premier wa rona, all very committed to his community. Ka be ke boe ke ye ko di MEC tsa gagwe tse di mo fang support 100%. They are always with him all the time. Ke tlo ba tsaya di MEC tsa bone. Ke tlo simolla ka Memohono. President na bua ka poverty. Memohono beke yotlhe o ntsa fa dikoko mo Koster. Go ntsha lehuma le le leng teng mo Koster. Is the one o etsang gore di masepala di tlogele bogodu. Ga re etsa bogodu wa intervene immediately. Ebe re na le Re Molapisi o lekang ka bojotlhe ba gagwe gore di-pothole tse di leng mo bojanala in particular a tla kgone go re thusa go di thiba. Ga re tla beke e tlang re tlo go konomaka Koster, re tla be re na le MEC Molapisi re thiba di-pothole. Re na le mme gape mme Tlhapi ke MEC wa premier o le fileng di-library ka jeko mo Koster. Ebe re nna le mme Matsemela. Mme Matsemela o lwa ka thata gore dikolo tsa rona di tlogele di-pit toilets. Re nne le di-toilete tse di tlo phulwang. A bile o dira thata gore di-drugs tse di leng mo dikolong re di fedise. Batsadi ba ba rekisetsang bana di-drugs ba tlo kopana le mme Matsemela. Ke boe ke ye ko di-ministereng tsa rona tse leng gore ka dinako tsotlhe bo Mmekekane bo Rre Thulase ba na le presidente ya rona ka dinako tsotlhe ba tsamaya le ene tlhokagala. Minister Nathi Mthethwa o tlisitseng this activity mo Koster gore a tlo change matshelo a baagi ba Koster. Ke tlo boa gape ke leboga all deputy ministers present here today. Malebongwe, Metandi Mudise Malebongwe. Malebongwe, Mekekane Malebongwe. Ebeki leboga all ambassadors present here today, all traditional leaders, all mayors, councillors, and executive mayors. Ke sa lebale ba Koster ba ka mpolaya. Ha ke sa recognize Mayor wa bone Motšapalong Jacob Thabo. Mayor a ke a go leboga gore e be rile ga re kokota mo monyakong wa gago wa re bulela. Re re o direle all ministers mabati wa bule ka dinako tsotlhe. Bagolo ba ka ke tse gape ke leboge sepodisi se se leng fa se se dirileng gore go seke ga nna botsotsi bo president a ntse a bolela ka bone. Ke leboge le botlhe ba ntse ba re entertainer ba performer before president a tla. Ke tse gape sebaka sena go leboga the organizer who organized this event, a successful event. Ka be ke leboga gape ba ofisi ya premier le ba ofisi ya president ba ba dirileng ba bone gore tota president ga atla o tla mo plekeng e siameng. Mme la bofelo batho ba ba leng botlhokwa mo eventeng ye ke community ya Koster. Re ba leboge bomme le bontate bašwa gore ba tlogetse mesebetsi ya bone go tla go dira our event successful. Ha nne se ka lona event e nke be sa diragala. Mare le bone go le botlhokwa gore le tle le tlo nna le rona le utlwele president. Ke ka moo re le lebogang go menagane re re pula ene. La bofelo ke tlo leboga mmupi wa rona e bo Morena Modimo o bileng a apola lewapi gore tiro e tshegofale go menagane. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, our Executive Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our program today. Everybody has been thanked, everything has been done. We would request the public to give His Excellency the President and his entourage a moment to leave us in peace, and once more thank him for gracing this event and giving the directive of what needs to be done going forward. Mr. President, we have been thanked. I'm thanking you again. Really. So when the adults are gone, some nice things, good things will happen. So adults have to give way for some movements, you know, which would happen. Mr. President, at your pleasure. Alala, President Ramaphosa, alala. Alala, President Ramaphosa, alala. Alala, people of Koster, Koster. Eita, Koster, eita. Eita, Koster, eita. Eita, Bujanala, eita. Eita, South Africa, eita. Eita, Reagile, eita. Reagile, Reagile, eita. Bye-bye, Mr. President, bye-bye. Bye-bye, President, bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Bringing together the community. You would understand there's a library that's about to be opened now, and the motorcade that you see this very moment is the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa. He's being met by a number of dignitaries that include the Northwest Premier Busi Mape, as well as Sports and Arts and Culture Minister Nati Mthethwa, among those that are actually welcoming him in. This is a new library that he's about to officially unveil and open the Oakland Community Library. You do understand?
How are you?
Underway this very moment. Significant town, as I mentioned earlier on, where of course it's a farming town, and we do understand those racial issues mentioned even by the Premier here on how the farmers then
Let's move back a little bit. Let's move back. They'll open up. Don't worry. They'll open up. Use the room. Use the room. Don't open up. Don't worry.
Don't open up. They're telling us that they'll open up and give us a chance, but of course, it is Human Rights Day. We're remembering the 69 peaceful protesters that were killed on this day some 62 years ago. 178 more were then wounded by the very police of the apartheid regime. So a significant day remembering those lives that were lost. People to open those tragic days that happened in apartheid South Africa. President, of course, at the library now, Reagile Community Library, and he's about to do the unveiling. I'm told to just keep quiet now and let the president take charge. What keep quiet? No.
go ba bulela library ya bona gore bana ba tle ba kgone go ithuta sentle. Mme ke tseye nako e ke amogele magareng ga rona di-minister-a tse di leng teng. Ke tseye nako e ke amogele di-MCs. Ke tseye nako e minister e go amogele mo provinceng ya Bokone Bophirima. Ka leboga tona go ngaka di ka go amogela mo provinceng ya gago ke le ga se batlang. President, tiro ya rona fa ke go tlo go bula library gore bana ba gago ba kgone go bala ba So I will hand over to the Minister of Arts, Culture, and Education, Dr. Yambos, Minister Natin Teka, for our President.
Republic of South Africa, the Reagile Community Library, officially opened by His Excellency Mr. Makame Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, on Human Rights Day, 21st March 2022. Thank you.
He's the one who has taken the president.
Yes,
I want
he
you
was
in
taking
5 minutes. Tell us what's happening.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable graduates. I'm Abel Kawe. I'm the head librarian in the municipality. Basically, there is the foyer. Foyer is a sort of security room. You have done it like that room. And then this side. You're taking us. You are going to take us. Inside here is a study area, 24-hour study facility. So when we close this door, when you knock off, we close this door, and then open this one. activities is safe. So it's not
Yes, security.
Next one. Yes, it's our display. Because this is for human rights month, we display some of our heroes who fought for freedom and human rights. Okay. This is basically our win. Registration and the compliance.
Yeah, already compliant.
Okay, we can sit.
The chairman.
Let him sit there. The president was sitting. The nice ones. The nice ones.
Are you able to take the
nice ones? I can know you into the archives.
Yes.
Nice ones. Hi. Are you ready? Is it done? Yes. Okay, so take us there quickly, and then this side we go to the stadium. Yes, this side is our display. We display our new books here. We display Esther Focus Man. All the struggle. The struggle items. So here we symbolize the federal province. We are federal province, so we depend on the agriculture. So that's why you. Okay, this is our final section. For adults, this is for the guys for schools. For the all grades. And then we have a good reference for all kids. And we have our non-fiction adults. And then the corner there is English fiction. Go there. Yeah, yes, it's our English fiction. Storybooks. It's at the table. So there is the table and read. And here is our life print. Okay. That's it. And then here is our junior non-fiction. For kids. We have our studies under the and then here's our 200 books.
So where your indigenous language con is this one?
Yeah, this one.
You must get more.
Yes.
You must get more. Yeah.
We don't need to buy this level of South Africa.
We must get more.
Okay. The last one? The last one is the that's Yes, our video Take us pictures. With the chairperson. Take us pictures. Nice one. Rosa, nice one. The legacy one. The legacy one.
The one that you go to like Paris.
Yeah. Are you done?
Take me use this phone.
They will send you.
They will send
the pictures. Yeah. All right. Explain to us what's happening here. I know.
Okay.
Let us specialist.
This one is called the document reader. We use it when blind people want to read books inside libraries. Yeah, for in case a blind person wants to read the Constitution but can't even see, so we place it here.
Chapter 2 Bill of Rights. The rights is a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. Enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality and freedom. 2. The state must respect, vote at art, proud candidate for the right symbol, excised LCT. Freedom.
This one is called smart view.
Oh,
this one is used by this one. The books they want to read. To see them. You will just if I need to change the color, to make it bigger.
No, definitely.
But you can explain computers.
What we have installed here the Zoom text
Yeah.
screen reader. With the Zoom text screen reader app, we blind person or a short-sighted person like myself can have access to computer and be able to use it. For example, we teach them how to use application shortcuts. Instead of using the mouse and clicking it, so now we use the shortcut keys of completing tasks. And the feedback will come that you see on the dialog box will be spoken by the screen reader to the user, and then be able to type with the computer very easy. So there's another program called the Token Typing Teacher, which is the one that we use to introduce them to the computer. It teaches them the layout of the keyboard and know all this location of keyboards by heart, where they are located, and be able to use the keyboard at ease, and then be able to use each and every computer application that is here. So the only difference is that it speaks and listens.
Yes. No, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We go into that one. Thank you. I'm the president. And this side, our old lady, let's take our pictures also. This is the chairperson of the board. And I'm sure what's over this chairperson of the board.